I see you out there, Luke Sky. And Neutral Moon, I see you over there. In here, I thought we were all offline. Go make some tea, chat. Get up and have a drink.
Slayer.
System offline. Site system diagnostic check.
Fatalities give points. Fruit give victory.
Gain the lead. Good kill.
Plasma grenades acquired. Our attach rate is growing.
Water's ready. Water's ready. Water's ready. Pulse. Activate.
Dynamo. Grenades. Acquired. for pickup.
Victory.
Yes. My. Do it now. This is what it feels like. Lord, teach me fear and wisdom in such a way that cannot be forsaken. Father God, thank you for teaching me obedience to your ways, for you are set apart from creation. Please continue to guide my feet, protect my heart, and sanctify my mind. In Yeshua's name, we pray. Amen.
Loud little baby. Say hi to Chip.
Oddball. Round one. Ball incoming.
Maintain current. Heading. Ha ha ha.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Succeed.
We have the ball.
Downloading Shroud Screen firmware.
Ball dropped.
Ally, carrier down.
Enemy has the ball.
Down there! It's ours now. Taking cover!
Enemy has the ball.
Shields are down!
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Hostile carrier down.
We have the ball.
Suited for high visibility. They're close! Power items order confirmed.
Gained the lead. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Lost the lead. Ball dropped.
An ally has slain the carrier.
We have the ball. Gained the lead. Ball dropped.
Ally carrier down.
Enemy has the ball.
Vaporization complete.
Lost the lead. Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped. No scope. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
We've lost. Possession.
We have the ball.
S7.
Ball dropped.
Skull.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory.
S7 sniper prepared for deployment.
Ball dropped. We have the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Power items in transit.
Gained the lead. Round one. Round two. Ball incoming.
Victory approaching.
Enemy has the ball.
Suited for high visibility.
Gained the lead.
We've lost possession.
Enemy has the ball. Lost the lead. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Hostile carrier down.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Gained the lead.
Life removal complete.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Spartan down!
Ball dropped.
Ally carrier down.
Enemy has the ball.
Power items have arrived.
Ball dropped.
Objective is, head.
Ball dropped.
Enemy shields down!
We have the ball. Near victory.
S7. Sniper available.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Hostile carrier down.
Enemy has the ball.
Another one down.
MA-40 assault rifle here.
Lead. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Round lost.
Enemy Spartans are closing in. Shields are down.
Ball incoming.
Victory approaching.
We have the ball.
Shields are down.
Ball dropped.
Ally carrier down.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Seize the skull.
No.
Heat spike detected.
Ball dropped.
Ally has slain the carrier.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
We've lost possession.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Lost the lead.
Another one down.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Hostile carrier down.
Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
We've lost possession.
Enemy has the ball. Warning.
Bullets.
Ball dropped.
An ally has slain the carrier.
We have the ball.
Power items in transit. Your power items are ready for pickup.
Gained the lead.
carrier down.
We have the ball.
Taking cover.
Nearing victory. Ball dropped.
Allied, carrier down. S7, sniper available.
Ball dropped.
Maintain possession for score.
Ball dropped. Victory.
Alright, my tea's ready. 14.
What is an ally? Someone who fights your enemy. Not so.
Even when there is no hope, the key is to keep going, keep progressing, keep moving.
Don't be afraid to challenge an ally. You should be ready for your challenges too, not caught lacking and unprepared for a change.
S7, sniper inbound.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Such a here we go. before. Reveal, you know the way. I know. Open those arms in the shadows, making crystals through the soul. Have you seen the stars? Those stars bright and bright as white. In the dark, traveling while you shine. All stars smash me to dust. Listen to the beat. I know you to fear. Hold my hand. Abandon the vow you had made before. Reveal you're not awaiting. Moments ago, like a swallow, slinking crystals to your soul. Listen to your faith. We rely on no, that's my visions. Face our device, no more the same. Young curtains in the rain. I beg for the last chain. Try to read your mother's things. I'm not so done believe in you. Though dancing in the dark. Secrets might last less long. And I still believe you. Dream, you dream about the scene that you've never seen. Drink, you drink it down with pills that install memories. Breathe, the last breath of my chest is gone misery. Green, formatting all this virtual fantasy. Scripted faces that never fade. Bleaching the night that never ends. Bleaching grass with white and gray. Masking my prey day by day. Every time I reach that wall, thinking what you've done before, and I'm still a little girl, unimpossible and unbreakable. Drink, you dream about the scenes that you've never seen. Drink, you drink it down with pills that install memories. Drink, the last breath of my chest is gone misery. Breathe, formatting all these facts of fantasy. Faces that never fade. Reaching the night that never ends. Every time I reach that wall, thinking what you've done before, I'm still a little girl, irreversible and unbreakable. Live the life with truth and force. All you things you can't control. Now I become a phobia. The passion is for the passion is to chase us away to I'm like to be on the person.
Every time I reach that wall, thinking what you've done before. Every time I reach that wall, thinking what you've done before. I feel a little cold, but impossible, unbreakable. Wake up. Can you hear the gravity? It's now on me. Tell me what is fake and real on the edge of latitude. Can you recognize yourself? Don't you remember what they said to you? The rumors hard to feel. The rumors get surreal. Don't give it up. Go pursue your own freedom and dream while it tears apart. Now we are alone. Now we are alone. So we break it, we break it, we break it. Rule of darkness down to end. No reason to day we find out from your heart. Sinking the rest of brand new world. We break it, we break it, we believe the truth will buried alive.
Slayer.
Fatalities give points. Points give victory. Favorites. 1.
We've lost a teammate.
Performing in optimal range.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Celebratory parades have been scheduled.
Gain the lead.
Power equipment is on the way. Power equipment in stores now. Plasma grenades obtained. Your power weapons have arrived. Vital signs not found. Plasma grenades acquired.
Halfway to victory.
Spanker inbound. Our attack rate is growing. Hit that. Spike obtained. Power item orders confirmed. Power items are ready for pickup. Suited for high visibility. Power equipment incoming. Power equipment has spawned.
Nearing victory.
They must see. Power weapons incoming. Spanker available. At your earliest convenience, please collect your power weapons. Power equipment. Power equipment in stores now.
Victory!
Interrupted.
King of the Hill. Hill incoming.
King of the Hill now underway.
Hill ready. Hill control. Your team about to score. Enemy team took the hill.
Power weapons available for procurement.
Enemy about to score.
Skewer. Catalog.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready.
Overshield inbound. Overshield available.
Enemy team took the hill. Hill controlled.
Spanker inbound.
Hill controlled.
Spanker available.
Enemy team took the hill.
Successfully delivered.
the hill. Hill control. Your team about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing no scope.
Galactic holiday.
Your team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Hill control.
I'm sorry, but I have to close both sides of
Enemy team. Your team about to score. Your team scored. Enemy team took the hill. Hill controlled. Enemy team took the hill. Assault. Neutral bomb. Bomb taken.
Observe the proper blast rate. M4 1. Performance. Optimal rate.
Bomb armed. Bomb dropped.
Suited for high visibility. Suited for high visibility.
Our human dream is life. Take a look at what he has become. Bleeding never be in resistance. No kidding, they ain't marionette. Everywhere I'm going, I'm celebrating. Trust me, you are really gonna relax. One day I'll be free and me. Let's go around trying. Right there, somewhere in my room. But I love in the room. Really good vacation silent. Tell me every gray old boy. Just baby, don't kiss me and alright. Taking this over the right. Reaching good vacation silent. Tell me that we have something.
Life expectancy. Short.
Bomb armed. Bomb Objective ready. Bomb taken. Bomb dropped. Bomb taken. Bomb army. Carrier kill. Bomb taken. Bomb dropped.
I found the other thing, my dream. As it
from your infant queen. I found the other sound on the moon. Where it beats from your infant dream. Does it feel like a sound? Does it feel like a bite? Is everything like a bite? I find you again. Does it sound like a car? Does it sound like you lost? Why ain't nothing like a rose? I become like me. This is point no return. I'm sure in what I did is true.
Slayer.
Fatalities give points. Points give victory.
completely out cold. When sun is near, I forget it was a dream. Does it rain like a kid? Does it rain like a sin? Feeling almost like I can't believe it. I felt like a coward. Yet when I felt like mine, but it never seemed like a man. Running right like slowly down from where I breathed.
Successfully delivered.
Seemed like on the subway sound, I could find a shadow again. I think
Caution. Electric shock. Power weapons available for procurement.
VIP.
Wanted. A person of interest.
Your VIP is limited. Your VIP eliminated. New VIP.
Eyes up.
Your VIP eliminated.
Spartan down. Vanguard's closing in.
New VIP.
Thrusters obtained. Basic blueprints. Please collect your power weapons.
New VIP. Your VIP eliminated. Your VIP eliminated. New VIP. Your VIP eliminated.
Successfully delivered.
New VIP. New VIP. Double kick. Enemy VIP eliminated. New VIP.
Hey, what's up, guys? Leaflet here. I just woke up and I had the displeasure of looking at X. I don't know why I do that. I looked at X first thing when I woke up. And what did I see?
Yeah?
What did I see, Chad? I see people bringing up the fucking man in the woods thing and the bear in the woods thing again. And we have this post here over here by so I saw it from another person who was complaining about another person who's complaining about Bao. Okay, that's how I saw it. Okay, and in the post it says that and like 100 people, 100 plus people like this post, as well as Bao, and it says that men are crying about this. Men that are crying about this. So a little bit of context. There was a whole thing about how if you're a female content creator, like a smaller female content creator, and then a larger male content creator gets in contact with you, that you should run away, basically. Now, the funny thing is, I don't really think she's wrong. But this isn't really like a man thing. I think this is like a content creator thing in general. But I guess specifically if like the larger content creator is like male, then there might be some weird dynamics there where they could be wanting. So because here's the thing, a lot of the time these like interactions in the content creation sphere is usually about wants. It's usually about what a person wants, and I feel the same way too when anybody contacts me. I'm like, what do you want from me, right? And I know it's not really that healthy, but I think it's fair in the content creation sphere,
sure.
right? So I don't necessarily agree. I don't
sure.
necessarily disagree with that part of if you have a larger male content creator reaching out to you, that you should be careful, obviously, right? But I feel the same thing about like a female content creator. I think usually it's actually kind of the opposite, where like if you're a large male content creator and then you have a smaller female content creator, like kind of, being a little overly friendly. I mean, it is something to be wary about. And I'm not saying that you should never be friends with people, because you might meet good people that way, but you should be, have a little bit of caution, basically. And this applies to like basically everybody, right? So people tried to make this into a whole Bao hates men thing, and I don't know how she feels about it. I've heard that she said things before, but I don't really know. I don't really, you know me, guys. I don't really keep track of like drama and stuff like that. I'm not really that interested. However, this one thing does interest me, and it says men that are crying about this being the whole run away from large male content creators if you're a female content creator, are the same men that cry about saying we'd choose the bear. Okay, now this one I have a problem with. I have a big problem with this, and I just, I'm just gonna break this down like once and for all. I'm just so fucking tired of this. I am going to be very autistic about this, okay, guys? So let me
I don't know if this is okay.
tell you about the odds of you getting into a negative encounter with a man and a bear, okay? And there's various reasons for a bear to attack you. One being that the main reasons are it's for defensive purposes. They're protecting resources. They're protecting their cubs. And then there's also the cases of them being surprised. So then they have a kind of defensive attack out of surprise. And the last case is actually where they want to eat you. They actually want to eat you. And that's actually a percent chance as well. It's not as high in black bears, but when you move to like grizzlies and even polar bears, it gets kind of crazy. So like polar bears are like the odds of an attack per encounters, like if you actually like saw the bear and the bear saw you and you were like kind of in range of each other, I mean the odds of getting attacked by like a black bear are like really low. Actually, it's like
black bears.
It's about like being generous here, like in favor of them actually attacking you. You're talking like a 0.01% chance because they're kind of pussies. American black bears are kind of huge pussies, right? So they're not really gonna want to do anything unless they're really, really hungry, or they're, you know, they feel cornered and they have to protect their cubs. This is like the
Sorry,
main,
Jack,
the
the
main thing.
puppy's allowed.
Now,
I
once you
know.
move to like brown bears, though, you're talking like up to a 2% chance, really. You know, obviously the stats here are kind of and these are bearvault.com if you want to look for a lot of the stats here. Bearvault.com talks about a lot of like bear safety and stuff like that. You could have up to a 2% chance. That's like on the high end.
This is
Really.
weird.
Grizzly bears don't really attack people for prey reasons. Typically, the odds of that are really low. But they will react incredibly aggressively
Wean those pups.
if they're threatened, compared to brown bears, or again are just huge pussies. Now, if you really want to get fucked up, polar bears. Polar bears are super fucked up. Like those ones will actually try to eat people. They get really hangry up in the up north, and they will actually try to eat people like straight up. And yeah, starving males like are almost all the attacks of polar bears. Then you're talking like a 1 to 5%. Like if you like came face to face with a polar bear, has a pretty high chance of attacking you compared to other ones. More than double. More than double, and like thousands of times higher than a black bear. Now,
what are you getting at, huh?
Luckily, unless you're, I don't even know, are there even? Well, the ones you really have to worry about are the blue bears. So there's like this is a whole nother topic. So I'm not gonna go into like that deep, but there's these hybrid blue bears that are the cross between a polar bear and a grizzly bear. Now those ones are super fucked up, but they're kind of rare. So you know we're just gonna not even talk about them. But those are like the gigamax on the aggro scale. So you don't wanna see those. But we'll just ignore that for now. Now let's talk about if you did have a random encounter with a man, right? So if you were to account for like all of the bears, you're talking let's see, if you were to have a random man, and this is like kind of counting for, you know, hikers, right? Because that's kind of when you're going to encounter a random man. So on the low end, you're 100 times more likely to get attacked by a random bear in the woods. 100 times more likely. That's being generous, right? Up to 2,000% more likely to be attacked by the bear. So it's like your odds are already not good. Just like strictly like aggro. Like we're talking like the initial aggro, right? Bears are far more aggro than people. So there you go, right? Now, you might say, well, but Leaflet, if I get attacked by a bear, at least it's not a guy. At least the guy is not coming at me. Well, let me explain to you what it looks like there, okay? Let's talk weapons and bears, okay? So, let's talk about the comparison really first between men and women. Let's compare that first, okay? So, if you have a man versus a woman, okay? So, if you had a male aggressor attacking a female aggressor, and this is unarmed. This is like, and I'm being real, a lot of women out there, you guys are unarmed. Okay? Shouldn't be, but you are. So we're gonna use that, okay? Let's talk about self-defense stats between men and women, okay? The average adult male versus female strength gap, you're talking 50 to 60% increased upper body strength, 30% and 30% lower body strength. The unarmed so if you took Department of Justice victim studies, you're talking the ability to escape from as a female with a man attacking you unarmed is like 25 to 40% if like he actually wants you fucking dead, right? And let's say, well, what if I encounter the man in the woods? I'm gonna have like a gap, right? There's gonna be like some, okay, well, let's assume that there's a 30 feet gap between you and the man as a woman. You're still gonna get outrun by 90 to 85% of men. They're gonna outrun you, just straight up, just based on biology, right? So we'll use this as a control, right? So we've got men. If we were to say a man has 100 HP, a woman has like 70 HP. Okay, if we're gonna say a man has 5 power, woman has 2 power. Agility, if you say a man has 5 agility, and here's where people be like, but women are so fast and agile. No, women would have like 4 agility. So like that actually has the least gap, but it's still like it's still a gap. That's still like 20%, right? And then if you're talking about like toughness stat, if men had 5 toughness, then women would have 3. Right? So if you were to get into an unarmed encounter against a man, the man, this is a 30-foot gap, right? So the man is going to close that gap in about 2 seconds, right? And in a lot of cases, the man's going to attack first. It's just like speaks strictly on speed and aggression. We'll give first strike to the man, right? It's 80% chance of first strike there, right? A man could knock out a woman in 1 to 3 hits, like physical attacks. This is assuming like an untrained individual, right? And girls, let's not pretend that you're like you're fucking Lucy Liu or something, or let's not pretend that you're like fucking Vidal or something, okay? A man is gonna KO you in like 1 to 3 hits. All right, it would take you 8 to 12 hits, 8 to 12 hits to KO a man. And like speaking strictly ground control, men win that too. Like in terms of like grappling, like there's like once the man is like on top of you, it's basically over. Again, unarmed, right? Again, this is like the average, like untrained between the two. And again, I don't want to hear shit about, well, I know kung fu or whatever. Listen, you're not fucking. This isn't the Matrix, okay? Now let's talk about bears. Okay, let's talk about now. Here's the interesting thing. Actually, if you had a gun in this situation, it would actually almost equalize it. If the woman has a gun, she wins basically. Like as long as like you're relatively trained. I don't mean like super trained, but like you're trained enough to hit like a torso target, which is not that crazy, to be honest. That's kind of easy. That's kind of light work, to be honest. To hit to land it on paper, that's light work, right? Now, if the woman has a gun, she almost always will win that fight. Assuming that like he doesn't have the jump on you, you actually know how to draw your weapon properly, and like you actually were able to fire it on the person. You're gonna win almost all the time with relatively like basic training. Now, if the man has a gun, it's relatively even, right? So again, you're talking like a scenario of the man just outclassing the woman, like in terms of raw stats, versus it being turned into like a pure dex battle, in which now you're turning into a focus battle, which are actually kind of nearly equal. Men still have a little bit of an edge there. I'd say I have no proof of that one. Like that one, I didn't look that up, but I think probably like mental, the man probably does have a slight advantage, but it's like not as crazy. Like we're not talking like total domination here. Like this is like winnable. It's a winnable scenario, overcomeable through training, through minimal training, by the way. Like having a better draw is gonna matter. Like having better shots on, kind of center mass shots is gonna matter more. Shot placement, being able to like land the first hit, so you can get some fibs going in there. Like that's kind of you can train out of that, right? And again, like I said, that's like basically even almost, right? Like if you had a gun and he had a gun, it's pretty even, right? Now let's talk about grizzly bear stats, okay? If you were to compare the stats of a grizzly bear, okay? Like what's the human baseline for a man? 180 pounds? Now, a grizzly bear, we're taking the average bear, right? That's like in between the brown bear and in between the brown bear and the polar bear. The grizzly bear has 4 to 6 times the weight, the mass of a man. You're talking like 800 pounds, grizzly bear on average. So if you were to compare like their mass and muscle structures, they have like 500 HP. So you have like 100 HP on the man, and you get 500 on the bear. You're talking about power, right? 5 to 20x bite force, 1,200 psi's of bite force, with 80 to 1,000 pounds of swipe force, of like raw power of like the bear's fucking hand hitting you in the fucking face. 80 to 1,000 pounds of force.
Yeah.
They have like 80 power compared to like if a man had 5 power, a grizzly bear would have 80. Let's talk agility. Here it's a little bit even.
Yeah,
Humans
it's
are actually
gnarly.
kind of fast. It's kind of crazy.
Crazy. Crazy.
In short distances. So you have you have it's still not that fast. No, not that fast, but you know, not that tanky. You got, if the man has 5 agility, the bear has like a 1.x time multiplier on their speed, so they can sprint 30 to 40 feet per second, versus a human which is like 15. And again, like it's still not that bad. Like that's not like 100. That's not like 5 times the muscle mass, right? Like in comparison, so it's like not as bad with agility, but still, grizzly bear is gonna like outclass the human, like maybe 8 agility, right? Now you have the toughness, right? Toughness here. Grizzly bears have thick hide. They have a big layer of fat and just a lot of bone density compared to humans. You're talking like 8 to 10x more tough than the humans, like 45. Okay. Now, if you were to compare these stats, right? And like, let's be like super, let's be super generous here, right? 9mm. Let's say you actually landed the shots and you're using, what are you using here? See what I have in the simulation here. You're using, hollow points. This is hollow point bullets, okay? We're not gonna get like super specific into the type of ammo. Like obviously the type of ammo really matters, but most people it's gonna kind of go over their head. So let's not even get into that. So 9mm against a man. If you land like a center mass shot against a man, one shot, and this is according to like FBI statistics, like Alaska statistics and stuff, you're talking like a 55% chance to like one shot a man, basically. Like not kill, but incapacitate, like one shot them, right? You get a 55% chance from a single shot landed center mass, right? That's assuming that you hit, of course, right? Now with a grizzly bear, you have to hit them basically in the face, in the brain. And that's gonna be like less than 10%. Like this is assuming that you crit them, right? Now if you're talking like strictly 9mm, and like let's be real, I'm being very generous by saying by saying that you have a 9mm as a woman in the woods, because I know most women don't carry. Most don't. So this isn't even typically in the equation. But if we were to say that you did have a 9mm, you're talking 2 to 3 shots to stop a man on average. Those are well-placed center mass shots versus 4 to 12 on a bear. So even in the worst case scenario, it's multiple shots. And again, that's assuming the charge time, right? Like a human versus a bear, like, you know, acceleration, top speed, we're being very generous here by saying there's 30 feet, right? The human, the bear is still gonna get to you first before the human, right? Even with the small gap and like the accounting for the acceleration of the bear. So you're talking 4 to 12 shots on average to actually like kill a bear, right? Which is, I mean, if you're in California, damn, 10 shots, oops, not enough, but, you know, it's not great. Now, if we were to talk about unarmed, now this is where it gets really fucking crazy, chat. This is where it gets really crazy. If you want to talk unarmed, if you were to compare, like, the stats of a human female average, unarmed against a grizzly bear, you're talking a difference of 430 HP 78 power, 4 agility, and 42 toughness in comparison to the bear. Now, the bear is going to close in on you in like 1.2 seconds. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about the man first, okay? So if the man were to attack you, the man is like maybe like 100 HP to 70 of a woman. The man is going to have like
Hey guys, I am back home in my normal setup. I'm back from the Halo World Championships, extremely jet lagged, extremely tired, but as you can tell by that rather juicy title, we've got quite a bit to talk about. Some news, some stuff that I discovered upon talking to certain members of Halo Studios at the event, and a ton more. We got a stacked video, let's get into it. So, I'm not going to keep you guys hanging for the juiciest part of the video. Yes, I spoke to people from Halo Studios at the event. I got reached out to from a number of people in rather higher positions at the studio, saying that they wanted to meet me at the event and have a chat with me, and, well, 2 of them in particular had some really interesting stuff to say. The first person I spoke to, his name was Josh. I didn't get a surname, and he was, I believe, the cinematic director. And by the way, they'd all seen my videos, they all watch my videos actively, so they know what we're talking about over here. And, well, Josh knew that I was rather a big fan of his work. I have been extremely positive about the cinematics in this remake so far. It's the one part of the game that I am unabashedly glazing with all the love in my heart because I think they look incredible. And the stuff that Josh told me made me even more excited for the ones that we've not seen yet. So one of the things that he really drove home was more of an emphasis on kind of like tactical and military animations in the game. Specifically, he mentioned that they hired a mocap actor from a certain movie that came out earlier this year. I'm not going to say which one because I don't want to give away too many details, but it's a movie that I love from a director that I adore, that's kind of in that wheelhouse, and he was saying that there's a lot of that sort of language in the cutscenes in the remake. He was also saying as well that the kind of idea with the cutscenes in this remake is not to recreate the original cutscenes one-to-one, but to kind of like go through the main story beats and the elements of the cutscenes, but kind of weave around them and approach those main beats in a different way, which, in my opinion, is exactly what a remake should be doing with cutscenes, and I think that's why they look so good. It was very clear that Josh just kind of got it, you know? Like, he gets the Halo feel, he gets the Halo vibe, but he also has his own direction that he wants to put onto it, which different way, which in my opinion is exactly what a remake should be doing with cutscenes, and I think that's why they look so good. It was very clear that Josh just kind of got it, you know? Like, he gets the Halo feel, he gets the Halo vibe, but he also has his own direction that he wants to put onto it, which I think is very important, because of course you've got to understand the Halo tones and you've got to understand Halo at its core, which he did, but you also need somebody with a clear vision and direction of their own to apply to that also fits with it. Kind of like how Jason Jones was back in the day. Like, Jason Jones, obviously he got Halo because he was Jason Jones, but he always had a very clear and very unique vision for where he wanted to go with the story. That was present in Marathon, it's present in Halo, it's present early on in Destiny as well, and honestly, speaking to Josh, I kind of got those vibes, at least pertaining to the cutscenes with him. He seemed like a very directed person when it came to the work that he was doing, which gave me a ton of hope. And also, I think that vision is kind of apparent from the cutscenes that we've seen so far, like the intro to the silent photographer, the elite in the tunnel, and also Chief in the shafted cutscene. Very clearly, they are all remakes of the original cutscenes that hit all the same story beats, but they just have added flavor and detail to them that the original didn't have, and I think it gives them so much more life whilst having them still feel faithful and familiar. So I cannot wait to see what he's done with the other cutscenes, because, well, I'm not gonna, okay, I don't want to give anything away, but he hinted at one cutscene in particular and the way that they've done it in the remake, and I'm sorry this sounds like I'm teasing. I promise I'm not trying to, like, blue ball anybody, but I just don't want to give too much away. But he said that the way they're gonna do this cutscene, like, I got chills when he said it. I'm sorry, I know this is a dickhead thing to do, and I know most of you are probably screaming at me in the comments right now, but, like, all I'll say is, okay, this, you probably won't get this, but just hold on. That's all I do. That is all I'm going to give away, because I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to give too much away, but I am extremely excited to see that in game, because it's going to look fucking awesome. And another thing that he mentioned, which was a bit of a recurring tone, which we'd be very happy to hear, was that they all agree that the Flood, and specifically 343 Guilty Spark, needs more of a horror focus. Like, everyone I spoke to agreed that Halo 1 Anniversary absolutely didn't do that, and that their intent with this remake is to absolutely do that. And, I mean, obviously all we saw from 343 Guilty Spark in the Vidoc was, like, a second of the dev tools, but I gotta say, even in that 1 second, the way that the lighting breaks through those trees almost gives me like a gothic horror vibe. So I definitely have faith in them nailing the Flood and the atmosphere of the Flood in this game. I have can't believe I'm about to say this, I have zero fears about them fucking it up. And then the other person that I spoke to was Max Schlagor, who is the creative director of the game, who has been working at 343/Halo Studios for like a decade now. I believe he was brought on for MCC, and he was with it as it went to PC and all that stuff, so he knows classic Halo pretty well. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna just set the tone here. I had a long chat with Max at like an hour and a half, and I can't remember everything that he told me, so this section is going to be a little bit light, but I did talk to Max a lot about things that I wasn't a fan of, like Sprint, for example, and how it's going to affect the pacing of the game, and also how it's going to affect certain music cues and certain environmental cues that it might miss. And I also spoke to him a lot in detail about the aesthetic of the game, and the fact that I really am not a fan of the fact that they're reusing so many Infinite assets. And again, there's probably stuff that I'm forgetting. My apologies for that. I barely slept all week. But he did say that they're reviewing the art assets every week, which to me, I think may have been a subtle hint at keep giving feedback because we are listening. And that actually, real quick, that is one thing I do want to say. They are listening 100%. There's probably quite a lot of people online who are adamant that Halo Studios aren't listening to feedback at all. And speaking to a lot of people at the studio physically at the event, they all watch my videos and probably watch a lot of other people's videos as well. They are not blind to the feedback, they hear it. So regarding the art assets, if you want Halo 1 assets in this game, which, I mean, it's a Halo 1 remake, you probably should do, then just keep the pressure up. Be constructive, don't be nasty, don't be an asshole, but most people aren't, to be honest. There's some people that are, of course, but most people are pretty fair. Just be constructive, tell people what you want and why you want it, right? And for me, I want the Halo 1 Elites, I want the Halo 1 Marines, I want the Halo 1 Needler, I want the Halo 1 Jackals, I want the Halo 1 Grids, etc, etc. The Halo 1 Fauna aesthetic. Why? Because this is a Halo 1 remake. It can't retread the same missteps as CE Anniversary, which was just Halo Reach Evolved. This game cannot be Halo Infinite Evolved. It needs to be Halo 1 campaign evolved, right? So keep the pressure up with that, keep giving constructive criticism, but Max did say that they are reviewing art assets every week. Oh, and another thing that Max said as well, he massively reiterated the emphasis on the Flood and the horror aspects of the Flood as well. He loves the Flood, he's very down for making them more horrified, if that's even a word. So again, just to reiterate, I don't think we're in for any kind of rough spots with the Flood in this game. I have a feeling, fingers crossed, they're going to nail it. So, moving on to some more levels, in some articles that have released in the last few days, or ones that I've missed, there's been some new details revealed about certain levels beyond Silent Cartographer, in particular 343 Guilty Spark and the Library. So, regarding Guilty Spark, in the remake, they've said that they're adding new lines to Guilty Spark, which guide the player through the level, and there's also new dialogue that gives more insight into the narrative as it plays out. And I'm kind of mixed on this, to be honest with you. I'm all for new dialogue. I want new dialogue. I want new dialogue that fleshes out certain parts of the game that either didn't exist in Halo 1 or that Bungie just never added anything for. But at the same time, specifically pertaining to 343 Guilty Spark, I think one of the best elements about the first half of that level is how unguided it feels. Obviously, you kind of know where to go because the level design is so good that you get a rough idea, but it doesn't walk you down like a fixed path. It doesn't walk you with your hand being held. It feels eerie, it feels quiet, it feels massively unfamiliar. And I think if you start adding loads of dialogue to assist the player in getting from point A to point B, or to make it way easier for the player to not get lost, I think you're going to lose a lot of the charm of that level, because just how eerie the facility feels when you go down there with obviously the Covenant running away from something in the tunnel that's not there, and then all the dead bodies and the insane Marine. I think if you start adding some kind of guided dialogue to help you get through that in a quicker format, it's not going to end well. And the same goes for getting lost as well. I just feel like because this was our first experience, besides obviously Spirit of Fire stuff, in a foreigner facility, broadly speaking at least, in the Halo universe, it should feel difficult to comprehend, and the rooms and the architecture should feel unfamiliar and almost slightly nonsensical for us to navigate. Of course, they're not entirely nonsensical, but they shouldn't feel familiar to us. And I really hope that they don't kind of hold the player's hand to get them to the Flood reveal, because the whole vibe of the build-up to that is in the eerie quietness. And if there's loads of characters talking over you, or if Fohammer's constantly chiming in, telling you stuff, telling you where to go, or one of my fears is that they take Cortana to 343 Guilty Spark. I don't think they will do, because they've been pretty adamant about not breaking any story stuff, and obviously it's kind of important for her to stay back at the control room for when you and Spark arrive back there. But that was a thought that kind of crossed my head. I really hope they don't do that. Keep the quietness, keep the eeriness, and keep the almost maze-like structure of the facility, because that's part of the charm. That said though, the new dialogue, there is absolutely room to add new stuff in there. I mean, dude, one of the best examples, specifically after the Flood reveal, would be something with that area where the Marine and the Jackal held off against the Flood together. That was such a cool... It wasn't even a vignette in Halo 1, just such a cool little bit of environmental storytelling, and I would love to see some actual expansion on that. But then of course there's room for more insane Marines, and hell, they could even do like an insane elite as well, because now... for better or worse, the elites in Halo 1 speak English now in the remake, so they could have an elite that had gone insane as well and was gone crazy because he'd seen the Flood and he didn't believe that his gods had created something so evil or had fought something so evil. There's so much room there for extra dialogue that doesn't handhold the player from point A to point B, and I really hope that's the direction they go. And then moving on to everybody's favourite Halo 1 level, they had some stuff to say about the library as well. We learned from Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary that there was still an appetite for things like better wayfinding, navigation, and diversity in enemy encounters. In the library specifically, which features several Flood encounters, we wanted to reevaluate the pacing and enhance the environmental storytelling. Now, I am one of the few people who actually kind of loves the library, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm right and everybody's wrong, because even Bungie themselves don't like the library. I mean, just listen to this from the official Halo 1 developer commentary.
I remember liking this level a lot. I like the library. I want to play it right now. Absolutely. Good work, Tyson.
That was good stuff.
Tyson has gotten a bad rap for this level. I love this level.
I fully admit that I am probably in the wrong in that opinion, but regardless, these changes to me mostly sound hopeful. I'm not going to say good yet because we haven't seen them, but they sound on paper very good. So, as for diversity in enemy encounters, that's something that there's a lot of room for doing with the library, and there's multiple different avenues they can take. Of course, the biggest example of that would be adding the Covenant to the library, which is something that many modders have done already, and it's something that, even though it's not canon as to up to now, I'd actually be okay with that, to be honest with you. Maybe have, like, the canon be that some rogue group of Covenant defied the prophets and broke into the library, and it's a small contingent, but they've managed to, like, hunker down in there, or, you know, something like that. Honestly, you know what you could do? I just had a really cool idea. What if, right, even though this maybe wouldn't make a load of sense on the timeline, either way, maybe there's a small contingent of Governors of Contrition within the Arbiter's fleet, and they break off from his fleet when they find the Flood. They realize that their gods actually do exist, and they go into the library to feed themselves to them. Something like that, you know? There's room for that. There's absolutely room for that. They could also do stuff as well with the pure forms. I mean, I assume they will do with the tank form. That's one thing I did want to mention, actually. I brought up the idea of, obviously, tank forms not being able to exist in Halo 1, besides if they had them in a tank or something. Well, that's the way that they could do it. They could have them in the plasma banks in the library, and so when you walk past those massive blue walls, like, tank forms smash out, almost like the Tyrant in Resident Evil 1 at the end. Have them smash out and, like, break containment in front of you. That would be really cool, and of course, pure forms would massively break up the variety of the enemies as well. And again, the same kind of goes for environmental storytelling as well. I mean, there's so much they could add to the library that, again, loads of mods, but in particular, Ruby's Rebalanced, have just excelled at. I actually mentioned to Max Schlagor, the creative director, I told him about Ruby's Rebalanced, and he knew about the mod, but I did kind of say to him, like, this mod is an incredible example at how to do a kind of re-inspired version of the library, and also 343 Guilty Spark, but the library in particular, because that mod had so much environmental storytelling. There were piles of infected bodies stacked high and set on fire by the Sentinels. There was biomass everywhere. There's so much they could do. Of course, the biggest one would be adding the body of Marvin Mabuto, which, given the book that we're going to talk about in a minute, is probably going to happen, to be honest with you. But having more Marines who were taken there by Spark who died, having their bodies littered around everywhere as well. So much they could do to make that level feel more active and more engaging. And I think Ruby was the greatest example of doing that, honestly. That said though, when it comes to improving the wayfinding and navigation of the library, my same worries here are echoed as they were in Guilty Spark. Sure, make it a little bit more easy to navigate, but please don't make it just one massive straightforward line. Keep some of the dead hallways, keep some of the weird paths that don't quite make sense. At the end of the day, this is a structure that we aren't familiar with. It shouldn't be easy to navigate. It should guide you through it. The arrows on the floor should guide you through it, but you shouldn't be handheld through it. I really don't want that vibe lost, because as strange as it sounds on paper, the concept of getting lost in these environments, as long as it's not happening constantly, isn't a bad thing, because it makes you take them in more, especially in a game that has sprint and is, on average, going to have players missing more of the environment than if it didn't have it. I feel like you need that even more. You need kind of dead hallways that make you take in the environment and take in the atmosphere of the area that you're in. Oh, and one last thing actually real quick about the level The Moor. They've not revealed anything yet, but there's something that I actually kind of didn't notice / got wrong in my initial reveal. The Moor, the concept art we've seen so far for it, is actually indicative of the Halo 1 storyboard idea for the Moor that Bungie had. So Bungie's original idea with the Moor was to have the autumn cut in half, which would have explained the massive gap that we go through in the Warthog run. And here in this concept art for the remake, it's looking like they're going with that storyboarded version, which honestly, I prefer to the version that Bungie went with in the end, because it just makes way more sense, right? And I'm assuming as well that that's going to tie into the Warthog run, because you can literally see the Warthog jumping the gap in the environmental concept art. So I'm very excited to see what they do with that level. That's an example of a genuinely good and beneficial change that breaks nothing and just adds to the game. Oh, one thing real quick. Thank you all very much for voting for me. Your boy is now an officially award-winning Halo content creator. I cannot thank you guys enough for everybody who voted me in the Community Commendation Awards. I won the Legacy Content Creator Award, as you can see right here. Genuinely, thank you all so much. This means a ton. Having some kind of... I mean, I've had loads of recognition, you know, but like something like this is a kind of recognition that I've never experienced before, and it really does mean a lot. So thank you again for voting for me. I really appreciate it. And of course, again, thank you to Halo Respawn and to Callie for putting the awards on. It was really, really awesome. Yeah, thank you again. I appreciate it. Love you all. So let's move on now and talk a little bit about the Johnson DLC extra levels right now, which I'm not gonna lie, it's still quite an insane set of words to say, but it's real. So, we got some new details about these levels, and it kind of breaks a lot of our theories. So a lot of us have thought like, ooh, maybe these levels are set during Reach on Gamma Station, or maybe it's a recreation of the events of Silent Storm. Nope, none of the above. These are entirely new stories that specifically tell a story that hasn't been seen in Halo before. It's said that they're set earlier than Reach, which makes sense given that in the storyboards, Chief was wearing Mark IV, which means it's going to be the first time that we, at least in a game, ever see Chief wearing Mark IV, which I'm very excited for. And the levels themselves are meant to be the type of missions that the two, Chief and Johnson, would go on as they were building a relationship. So, Mark IV, early on in Chief and Johnson's story, it could be anywhere from like the, I don't know, late 2520s to 2530s, which actually, interestingly speaking, the 2530s, that kind of decade of the Covenant War, is massively underdeveloped. There's like not many events that we know of that go on in that time period compared to the 2520s and the 2540s. So maybe they use it as an excuse to flesh some of that out. They also said that the new levels are also going to have new schools on them as well. All in all, I am very, very excited for these levels. I cannot wait to see what they do with them. Having Chief and Johnson together in a set of extra levels that act as a prequel for Halo 1, man, I really, really hope that this extra attention on Johnson also means that we get some kind of like, I don't know, legendary ending that, of course, includes the elite hug, but also shows him getting off Alpha Halo. Turn breaking quarantine into a cutscene like Day at the Beach in Halo 2 or something like that. Man, oh, I hope they do that. But either way, they are the new details about the prequel levels. Now, something very important that I need to raise to Halo Studios is that for some strange reason, the Halo 1 remake has no localization, so no voice lines for specifically Brazilian Portuguese, which, given how big the game is in that region and how many Halo fans there are in that region, is very strange and absolutely needs changing. I was brought to awareness of this on Twitter, and I figured I'd mention it here because Halo Studios, I know they watch my videos. I know that a lot of the people pretty high up in the studio watch my videos. So I know you're watching this right now. Make sure that's a priority for launch. That's going to be a large chunk of fans who kind of can't enjoy this game if you don't do it. So thank you. So, something that I am very excited for. This is actually the most excited that I've ever been for a Halo book, to be quite honest with you. They announced at Worlds that there is going to be the first Halo horror book releasing next year called Halo Parasites Week. And it's about the one and only Marvin Mabuto. Now, if you don't know, Marvin Mabuto was briefly in the Flood. He was the Marine who Spark took to the library to retrieve the index before Chief. And of course, he dies, he doesn't do it, but he makes it, I think it was canonically to the start of the 4th level, or it might have been to the end of the 3rd level, so he got pretty far. In fact, in Halo the Flood, Chief finds his body and calls him a badass son of a bitch. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty damn good book, but trust me, it only gets better. So the book is written by a guy called Tim Lebon, whose work I wasn't familiar with until now. He's written novelizations of 30 Days of Night, which, if you haven't seen it, is, I think, the best vampire movie of all time. That is like a cult classic for me. I adore that movie, almost on a similar level of like 28 Days Later. He's written Alien books, Predator books, and he's also written a Firefly book. So not only does he very clearly get horror, and from speaking to people who know him already, they say that he's a really good horror writer, but clearly, if he gets Firefly, then, well, given how similar Firefly is to Halo and how much Bungie used Firefly as inspiration for Halo, he probably gets the vibes of Halo as well. Now, specifically, it says that the story follows Marvin Mabuto and his squad of, quote, deserters, drunken disorderlies, and murderers, as he tries to lead them back to the autumn, but of course, everything changes when the Flood are released. Very interesting setup for the story. The fact that his crew are so, like, all over the place and different crazy characters changes when the Flood are released. Very interesting setup for the story. The fact that his crew are so, like, all over the place and different crazy characters like murderers, man. Like, that's gonna be pretty dark, especially given that this is a horror book. But it gets better. So one of my very good friends and somebody who I genuinely believe, and I'm not capping when I say this, I'm not saying this just to his friend, is one of the best artists that I've ever seen in my entire life, is actually doing the cover art. Rythes. So I've used Rythes' art in my videos thousands of times at this point. All his art for the Flood stuff, for Zeta Halo, for the Primordial, for Mendicant Bias, I have used his art so many times. He is not only a great friend of mine, but genuinely one of the most talented artists. And above that, he's not just a talented artist, he's an artist who absolutely, unequivocally gets that old Bungie era Halo aesthetic, honestly, as much as like Shikai Wang or Marcus Leto or Eddie Smith or Craig Mullins did. I am unfathomably excited for the cover art of this book, and I really hope that, again, Halo Studios, I know you're watching this video, hear me out here, this had better be only the beginning of Rythos' involvement with the franchise, because if you guys got him on to direct the art style of a game, I would I would push that game like never before. I would tolerate sprint in that game. Hear me out. And speaking of books, we actually got another update from Edge of Dawn, which is the Halo Infinite continuation book coming out in December, specifically an update about the weapon's name. Now, for years, I've said that the weapon's name should be Joyous, or Joy, because of the links to Marathon. So if you don't know, in Marathon, one of the main elements of the story were, of course, its AIs, the main AI being called Durandal. And then Halo comes out, and all of a sudden, the main AI is called Cortana. And there's a massive link between these two names, and of course, between Marathon and Halo. And that's an ancient French tale called The Song of Roland. So, long story short, it's about the King Charlemagne, who, in the story, has 3 swords. Durandal, Cortana, and Joyous. So, naming the weapon Joyous or Joy was a natural continuation of that story link that goes all the way back to Marathon, and they've done it. They've called the weapon Joyous, which was the only name for her, to be quite honest with you, but I love the fact that they've still done it because it shows that there's still people at the studio who want to uphold those old school Bungie Marathon connections in Halo's lore, which are key to the backbone of Halo's universe. And yeah, it's great to hear that they're still going to be doing that. I'm very happy with that. And finally, a little update on something kind of weird, but something I'm really excited for that's coming from Halo going to PlayStation. Still feels weird to say that. And that's the fact that the DualSense controller is going to be getting some updates for the Halo 1 remake. Now, if you don't know, the DualSense controller, even though the Xbox One I think still feels better to hold, the DualSense is full of really good technology. In particular, adaptive triggers and haptic feedback. So the adaptive triggers are basically like the more you squeeze a trigger, it can have certain properties like more vibration or more tension. So for example, one of the things they say on the website is that if you're like drawing a bow, the more you pull it, the harder it gets and the more vibration you get to kind of imitate the feeling in game. And they say that they're going to be working with PlayStation to have haptic feedback and adaptive triggers for the remake, which will feel incredible. I'm not gonna lie, I might have to buy this game on PlayStation 5 solely for the weird factor of playing Halo on PlayStation. So strange. So anyway, I've waffled quite a lot in this video, so I'm going to round it out there. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. You're not going to lie, I'm really excited to be getting back to these semi-scripted, semi-waffly, kind of chatty news videos about something that I am quite excited for. Of course, I've got a lot of reservations with this game, and none of those reservations have gone away. I still hate Sprint. I still wish the game didn't look like Halo Infinite, but at the same time, there is a lot about this game that I am excited for, and I want to talk about that as well. I'm going to talk about both the positives and the negatives. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to be doom and gloom when I don't need to be. I'm just going to be my good old-fashioned, honest self, as I always have been in videos. If something's bad, I'll call it shit, and I'll say why. If something's good, I'll call it great, and I'll say why. It really is that simple. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. Good to be getting back to this. And with that said, I'm going to round this video out there. I want to give a huge thank you to all of my amazing patrons for the continued support over there.
Was the architect always right? The architect's absence in the Matrix Resurrections was surprising and disappointing. The 4th film explained that he was purged after a machine civil war and was replaced by the Analyst. But what if the architect survived the purge and is still destined to be the Matrix's ultimate bad guy? Or what if the architect was the hero who looked after the humans? The father of the Matrix might still return in Matrix 5. So in this video, we'll be analyzing 5 theories
Nacreous.
Hi viewer. Did you see the trailer? I just watched the trailer. Rock, generate me new Halo 2025 with awesome graphics. Now activate sexy mode. I can't believe I still have this in me, man. I thought that I was over it. I thought I didn't give a fuck about Halo anymore. I can't
Right now, you. Right now, you.
What people need most is love and acceptance, and people need to know how to do that.
How could we be together if we can't tell your lies from your truths, Rumi?
This is the work of group therapy. Shelve your agenda, lay your biases
Hey guys, I am back.
What people need most is love and acceptance, and people need to know how to do that.
How could we be?
Okay, chat, I'm back. I'm back. And we've got one thing to watch. Why skeletons have more fun.
Why was the skeleton so bad at math? He couldn't find his radius. Why don't skeletons fight each other? Because they don't have the guts. What do you call a skeleton that isn't moving?
Because he had
A
nobody
skeleton
to go with.
off. And that's my pun allowance for the year. Look, normally I hate a good pun. That kind of joke, not for me. But skeletons get a pass. They just do. How can I help it? Skeletons are just humorous. But seriously, it's kind of a weird thing, right? How skeletons have just turned into these goofy guys. I mean, skeletons are like the quintessential symbol of death, about as serious as you can get. For centuries, they served as memento mori, a reminder that death is inevitable. In some ways, they still do. They're just not as concerned with all that doom and gloom anymore. They're less harbingers of misfortune and more the theater kids of the underworld. You kind of see this everywhere. Jack Skellington, Sans and Papyrus, Hector from Coco. This, I think, is what people tend to think these days when they think skeleton. They pop off their heads to recite Shakespeare. They sing and dance. They're always telling bad skeleton jokes. You can even trace the idea of dancing skeletons through animation history. Fleischer Studios' Minnie the Moocher in 1932. Disney's Skeleton Dance in 1929. The Lumiere Brothers animation, The Joyous Skeleton, dates all the way back to 1898. And it isn't just media, either. Humans are partying with skeletons all the time in real life. I think of the Katrinas and Kalakas on the Day of the Dead, colorful skeletons commemorating the lives of deceased loved ones. I think of front yards on Halloween full of wacky plastic skeletons, some of them I've heard up to 12 feet tall. I think of the endless memes dedicated to them, from the Doot GIF to the Skeleton War. The skull emoji means laughter now. I laughed so hard at that, I died. Skeletons are just wacky guys now. It's what they are. But you kinda gotta wonder, how did they get there? How is it that skeletons, the actual remains of human bodies, are so far from grave?
Jesus. I love this channel.
Really quick, before the video starts, I just need to acknowledge that the video you're watching would not exist without the creativity of our supporters. One person in particular, a supporter who goes by the name of Auto Guy, made a piece of art so exciting to us, it spawned this entire video idea. You'll hear more about that later. Thanks for sharing, Auto Guy. If you didn't know, this is just something we do. All of our supporters are invited to come chat with us about the show and the episodes we're currently working on. It's honestly a ridiculous amount of fun and such a great way to find new ideas. If you want to join the conversation and maybe spawn your own Tale Foundry video topics, visit thetalefoundry.com/support. Hope to see you there. Now, on to the video. In 14th century Europe, death was sort of a cultural obsession. I can't really say I blame them. This was right after the bubonic plague. Pretty much everyone, no matter their social status, was thinking about their mortality. And when you look at a lot of the art from that era, it shows. There's an artistic motif called the danse macabre that showed up everywhere back then. It shows up in paintings, murals, poetry. People may have even reenacted it at costume balls. It persisted as a popular theme in classical music centuries later. You might be familiar with Camille Saint-Saëns' famous symphonic poem about it. The danse macabre depicts death as a skeleton, leading people of all stations and backgrounds into an eternal dance. The procession includes kings, priests, peasants alike, and none, no matter how powerful, are able to escape it. Of all the work within this motif, Hans Holbein's woodcut series is probably the most well-known. It's a collection of 41 scenes which took him nearly 3 years to complete. Each picture in the series shows Death courting a different victim, enticing them to join the dance. There's a dark sort of irony to a lot of them, a twisted sense of medieval-era humor. One of them shows Death skewering a knight on his own lands. Another shows a physician unable to cure his own final illness. In perhaps the most striking of all these pieces, even the Pope himself is doomed to hell, a punishment for his greed and corruption. To medieval audiences, the message was clear. Everyone eventually will die, so you'd better take the chance you have to live morally enough or suffer the eternal consequences. The Danse Macabre may have been a product of its era, but that doesn't mean it's gone away.
Yes.
It just looks different now. For one, the skeletons don't drag people down to their grave anymore. Instead, they party with other skeletons. Even after all this time, they still love music. Bone Jangles, the skeleton guy in the movie Corpse Bride, you know the one, introduces the Land of the Dead through a jazzy number. In Coco, Hector sings and plays the guitar. Sans punctuates his puns with a trombone. These skeletons are still skeletons. They're still here to remind you that you're going to die one day. It's inevitable. It happens to everyone. But they also implicitly ask the question, what are you going to do before then? If your time on Earth is finite, how are you going to use it? They're just not interested in the ominous implications of memento mori like you see in Holbein's work. They aren't trying to warn you of what could happen after death. Instead, they're saying the opposite. Memento vivere. Remember to live.
Okay.
All right,
Yes.
bear with me here. When you look at the way that these skeletons live, doesn't it make you feel just a little envious? I mean, they seem to have so much more fun than all of you. Here they are, dancing and partying and playing music all the time. And here you are, working 9 to 5s and cycling through bills and emails and grocery runs. A skeleton is always grinning. Sometimes you do that. Most of the time there's flesh in the way. Why bother with all that tedium, the day-to-day grind, the mortal coil? If you're just going to die anyway, what's the point of it all? Philosophers and theologists have spent centuries trying to answer this big meaning of life question.
Hey, that's a nice looking scene. I wonder who all these people are. I wonder if you could name every single one of them like him.
I can't say whether any of them have definitively solved it, but there is one work in particular that I personally find very compelling. Albert Camus' famous essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, argues that there is no point. The piece is about how people respond to the inevitable realization that life has no meaning, how they respond when they find out that none of the big questions come with satisfactory answers. Camus calls this meaningless existence the absurd, and it can be a scary thing to confront. World-shattering. If you feel like your life is meaningless, that you'll never understand your significance in the grand scheme of the universe,
I find the mystery of mysteries to be phenomenal to contemplate. Because, yeah, you may never get to the center while you're alive, but the fact that there are an endless number of other answers that you could find by asking surrounding questions makes me believe in the Big Daddy.
what do you do? How do you deal with that?
I imagine Sisyphus happy.
Camus argues that people answer that question in a variety of ways.
Not the cigarette photo. Oh
Mostly, he says, they make some kind of appeal.
Like, oh my, seriously? That's how you wanted to be remembered? Trench coat and cigarette? Slick back
Appeal to
hair?
rationality, an appeal to faith. Even philosophy is, in its way, a form of appeal. People find ways to convince themselves that their existence has some greater purpose and that they know what it is. They try to satisfy those burning questions, all of that meaning of life stuff. They spend their lives in pursuit of whatever they feel their calling is. This pursuit of meaning inevitably comes to define the individual. They become whatever they feel their purpose is. What started as an appeal becomes a tidy package to hold together all the messy, complicated innards. An identity. A face to see when they look in the mirror. A skin. But according to Camus, those appeals still won't give you a real answer. Just a consolation. Why are you here? What will you become? What happens after you die? To Camus, the answers on offer are all immaterial. Maybe you simply don't get to know these things. It might seem a little nihilistic, but in Camus' view, that's actually a good thing. Maybe life is meaningless, Camus says, but that doesn't mean it's worthless. You can make your own meaning by embracing the absurd. You accept that you'll never fully know and live without appeal.
Oddly, absurdly enough, Camus struck at the heart of why mystery is so intriguing. Because while pursuing answers may be decent for a little while, you're never going to know everything. And so you might as well explore while you've got the chance.
In the medieval era, the philosophy of memento mori was about morality, trying to live as good as possible. The idea was that one ought to spend their life striving for perfect morality. But maybe that doesn't always work out. Everyone has different ideas of what goodness really is, and yours might just not be the same as those medieval artists. So, maybe it's more reasonable to embrace the absurd, to live as well as possible, to structure your life around what you find fulfilling, instead of trying to live up to some kind of ideal of what life should mean.
Nope, you still need to live to an ideal. The ideal is still excellence. Par excellence. Keep the ideal in your mind. You strive ever towards it. Then you can find progress comes so quick. You can barely keep up.
Memento vivere. Skeletons shouldn't be able to walk around. They shouldn't be able to dance. They have none of the things that the living value, including organs. What does status, money, the meaning of life matter to them? They're dead. And yet, they dance. They dance more often and more easily and more comfortably than humans do. I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. It would be easier to dance without all that skin in the way. All right, let's address the 12-foot-tall plastic skeleton in the room. There's an obvious way to become a skeleton, one that might seem like, an intuitive response to the meaninglessness of life. That is not what we're advocating here, obviously. Embracing the absurd is about living, not dying. That's actually the major argument in the myth of Sisyphus. Camus sees an absurd life as the ultimate revolt against the meaninglessness of life. The whole point of these joyous skeletons is that they're alive, even though it doesn't make sense for them to be. Their existence isn't just absurd, they thrive in absurdity. This is the part where I talk about the movie Corpse Bride. I promise this is relevant. It opens on a bleak 19th century town where everyone does everything according to plan. They go about their daily lives like clockwork. They live by strict rules and engage in repetitive tasks for seemingly no reason. It's a mechanical, lifeless place where people are fully defined by their function. The main character, Victor, isn't really like that. He has a difficult time doing things according to plan. He's engaged to Victoria Everglot, an arranged marriage that neither of them had any say in. To his credit, Victor tries to follow the rules. It never really seems to go well for him, but he does. He can't remember his wedding vows, he accidentally ruins the rehearsal, and while at least Victoria seems to like him, her parents really don't. I'm not going to explain the whole plot of the movie, but the major plot point that gets things rolling is that, while trying to practice his vows in the forest, Victor accidentally marries a corpse, after which he's whisked away to the land of the dead. Whatever plan Victor was trying to follow, this obviously wasn't part of it. Remember what I said about making appeals? How people try to find some way to repel the meaninglessness of life? In a way, you could say Victor was doing exactly that. His appeal was to ritual, society, social order. Follow the rules, do the right things, try to act how you should, and you'll find your place in all of it eventually. But then, he dies, and the rules change completely. Okay, that's not entirely true. He's still alive, but he visits the land of death. And what he finds is the exact opposite to the land of the living. It doesn't operate according to plan at all. It's a vibrant, fun, chaotic place. It's full of dancing, wisecracking skeletons and zombies. There's no clear structure here, no rules or expectations to follow. All of this is, of course, terrifying to him at first. Unfortunately for him, death is not something you can simply run from. But before long, he realizes that he doesn't actually want to run. Unlike in the land of the living, he feels free here. He feels himself. He embraces the absurd and, very literally, parties with the skeletons. It's here that Victor realizes all the social rules and expectations he tried so hard to follow were meaningless. He wasn't following all of them because he wanted to. He was doing all of that because he felt he had to. It took death to make him feel alive for the first time. In the end, Victor doesn't marry his corpse bride. They both recognize that it's not his time to die, and he returns to the land of the living. The difference is, he's actually ready to live this time, to experience life in all its messy, unpredictable, meaningless absurdity. Skeletons have no skin, obviously, but in a metaphorical sense, too. There's no face, no facade, no expectation or routine to follow, no appeal.
No.
As the ones in Corpse Bride sing, death may be inevitable, but look, they're experiencing it in real time and they love it. Without their skin, without standards to identify themselves by, skeletons are free. I've said a lot about skeletons and music. It's like their whole thing. It goes all the way back to the Danse Macabre. Maybe that association is there just because it's absurd. The dead don't play trombones or xylophones or violins. For that matter, they don't dance, or paint, or make spaghetti. But maybe the skeletons aren't the absurd thing here. Maybe it's the art. Here, look at this. It's an entire tabletop RPG campaign based on the Danse Macabre. It's called The Great Skelejam. There's some seriously original horror in here, and several moments that made me laugh out loud. A member of our Discord community, Auto Guy, organized the whole thing and did a huge amount of art for it. He did an incredible job, and so did the 7 other people who collaborated on it. It's up on the internet for free. The Great Skelejam is for everyone. This is something I keep seeing with skeletons. The music video for Will Wood's Memento Mori is full of skeletons, drawn in the unique styles of several animators, who all participated just for fun. Disney's Skeleton Dance only exists because the music director, Carl Stalling, had been determined to know what a dancing skeleton looks like since childhood. The webcomic Helvetica, which follows a cast of skeletal characters in the afterlife, was created by a single artist, J.N. Weedle. It ran for nearly 6 years. These projects were all labors of love, created just for the sake of creating. They were made because people wanted to make them, and also because skeletons are cool. Skeletons live without appeal. Get it? Without appeal? But like, yeah, the philosophical thing too. They don't need a purpose. I think that's why they're like that. They make art and play music, even though it doesn't make sense for them to. They party and tell bad jokes. They don't need to worry when things don't go according to plan because they don't have a plan. They're dead. They live to be dead. And of course, you can always join them. Yep, you can be a skeleton too. All you have to do is take off your skin. You know, one interesting thing about skeletons, they may be dead, they may not have all the baggage of flesh, but they're still human, which, in a world increasingly beset by AI slop, is a really important distinction. I don't know, more and more I'm just feeling like the internet isn't a great place for creators. It just feels really bad to be posting videos alongside soulless, generative garbage. I hate having to sift my way through it.
In case you somehow didn't see it, the internet has been losing their minds recently because the White House decided to use memes with Microsoft's flagship series, Halo. This has caused a lot of reactions, both hilarious and kind of annoying, but it's also proving how a lot of these people seemingly don't really understand what Halo even is in the first place. And of course, people like Angry Joe of all people have now come after me, which I know people wanted me to respond to in video form, so here, we are doing that right now. But some context first, so here's one of those memes used by the White House, which shows Trump wearing Master Chief's armor while outside the White House, and this, well, it angered a lot of people. However, what really started this all in the first place was
angered a lot of bots.
Was this post by GameStop where they confirmed that the console wars are officially over. And that's when the White House replied with that Trump Master Chief meme in the first place. And like I said, this all caused a ruckus. But it reached another fever point because whoever controls the White House's social media is a 10 out of 10 troll who knows exactly how to push the buttons of their political opposition. That was this post here with the Halo rings with the words "Join ICE" and "Destroy the Flood." Which, in case you somehow don't know what the Flood is, they're a monstrous race of mindless zombie-like aliens that's only purpose is to consume other life at any cost. This
Now, let's be careful calling them a race. They're a species.
Well, it made people mad. It also exposed people for having zero media literacy and proving that they have no idea what Halo is even really about in the first place.
Yeah, now I've been pretty clear on Reddit on this, but I'll say it on stream. Here's what "Destroy the Flood" means to me. Pretty clearly, we're not talking about the individual people. Obviously, this is a ploy to get people talking, get people fighting, get people riled up. It's an excitement protocol. Yep, whoop-de-doo, okay? Great. That's had its effect. Now, on the topic of what the flood that we need to destroy is corruption itself, cancerous growth. I'm just going to leave it there. I really have nothing else to say.
Anyway, this then led to Angry Joe saying this, which I'm gonna censor some words because Joe has a very foul mouth on him, but this is what he said. F ICE and F Donald Trump, get the F out of here with using Halo for your crappy dehumanizing police state propaganda. No one thinks your crap is cool besides low IQ her MAGA cult members on X, half of which are bots y'all gonna find out soon in the next election. This then led to people responding like friend of the channel George Alexopoulos, who said that Joe was a flood sympathizer, which, I mean, come on, that's funny. And Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, who came in with a JD Vance Master Chief dropping on a planet meme, which is also funny. Like, come on, that is funny. And you had other users like this one saying that it must be hard time for Joe with Trump shaking hands with Master Chief, which that image has been shared everywhere now as well, but it's great too. But what I found interesting is that people like Angry Joe and many like him from Mighty Keef and Actman, they all never really say anything when games are being used as political bludgeoning tools in days past until seemingly right now. It's almost as if because the shoe is on the other foot, the conservative foot to be exact, now it is suddenly a problem that must be eradicated at all costs. But when these types were destroying your favorite games and pushing all sorts of nonsense, the very same people from Angry Joe, Actman, and many more, they never said anything against it. Instead, they just agreed with it and championed it even. Sure, Joe at least has spoken for players when it comes to companies being greedy. I mean, his whole shtick is screaming autistically at loud volumes to get his point across. But these guys never really did or say anything to change the true trajectory of games as a whole from being full-blown communist slop like it usually true trajectory of games as a
Whoa, the plasma lets off heat.
These guys never really did or say anything to change
waves.
the true trajectory of
Oh, do you see that? Look at that. The heat from the plasma is just radiating conically upwards. That's gnarly. I feel like it should be going conically that way. But
games
that's
as a whole from being full-blown communist slop like it usually was in the last few years, which I have, obviously, as it's well documented on this channel, as well as other people, but they hate me for doing that. Anyway, so I responded to Angry Joe, and this is what I said, as I said here. Be Angry Joe. Mad Halo was used by conservatives. Composer of series is conservative. Game's entire plot is a religious allegory. Flood, Ark, Halo, all Bible references. Plot is defeating beings who invade and impose their religion in ways upon humanity against their will. Sound familiar? Point of series goes over his head. These people are, well, you know. And as of this video anyways, Joe's post has about 25,000 likes and mine hilariously managed over 30,000 already. So my bad, Joe. Didn't mean to outrage you there, but I mean, you don't understand Halo at all. Like, let's be real, because the game was made by people who aren't just liberals like they do these days. Again, Marty O'Donnell, the composer I referenced who did the music for the Halo series under Bungie and Destiny before he left, of course, is an outspoken conservative man. He's also running for Congress again. As you can see, this is Marty's Twitter page. I'm buddies with Marty. I've had him on the channel before too. Just go look at my live stream page. I have an entire interview with Marty and Grums, for crying out loud. Anyway, I out-ratioed Joe. My bad, I guess. But then he got really butthurt and then responded to me again while I was doing a live stream at the time. But here's what Joe said, which is a mess of words. I apologize, and he doesn't really know how to meme properly, but let me read you his word salad response, which says, B. Enmion, didn't even say my name right, Endymion, Joe, by the way, but anyway, and clutches his pearls because someone he doesn't know dislikes Donald Trump and how ISIS conducted themselves. Breaking into people's homes without warrants, arresting US citizens, profiling, ramming people off roads, killing people by mistake, bullying with badges. Lick their boots like a good little boy by jumping to defend a stupid meme usage, whine and cry that others stand up against what they consider dumb BS, that's rich coming from him, by the way. Bring up a bunch of unrelated points about Halo like religious themes, its music, game plot, the soundtrack's composer, and stupid stuff to defend literal propaganda from the government. Because he has no idea what he's...
This is so trash. Trash.
Talking about and got his feelings hurt about a tweet completely unrelated to him. What have you become? Be a general snowflake about other people not liking ICE recruitment propaganda, using stuff without permission like they did with Pokemon, he spelled it wrong by the way, can't even spell Pokemon. Calls other words like a big boy on the internet while making points to defend a trash meme. Did I miss anything? Pathetic dude, you are better than this. No one has a problem with conservatives here. I also have conservative views. This propaganda poster was created by a mass police force, alluding to human beings being the mutated flood which the UNSC destroys and kills with prejudice. But it's just a meme from an official professional government account that attracts a certain type of person, clearly you. That's cool, man. God bless your righteous mission, though. Keep licking those boots.
Okay. Destroys and kills without prejudice.
Okay, I then responded, as you can see here, to Joe again, almost reaching the same amount of likes as his post. Here's what I said to Joe. Oh, I really pissed you off, didn't I? Sorry to say, Joe, but your beloved Halo series wasn't made by just people who agree with you politically 100%. Halo is a religious game. It comes with the fact that it's called Halo, Joe. I don't even hate you, but you got to admit that it's funny. Plus, the government can use anything they want. I'm not even defending the government here. I just find it funny you're so mad about them using Halo. Your reviews are good, though, so credit where it's due. And yes, I was not defending the government either way with my statement. I was laughing at Angry Joe because he failed to understand what Halo represented as a franchise, and its story, and its themes, because he was mad that people he disagreed with or were using it as memes. He somehow took what I was saying and then chalked it up to that I am an ICE sympathizer, which is kind of hilarious because nowhere in my response do the words ICE even appear once, but what I did say was that governments of any kind can use any memes that they want. It comes with the territory that memes are allowed to be used by anyone. Like, I can use a meme of Ghost of Yote, even if the lead actor is an Antifa lover. It's just a meme. But you seem very butthurt, Angry Joe, that the White House is using Halo memes without really understanding what Halo even is. So now let's dissect everything and dive into that now. So Halo is literally a religious allegory and is based on Christian or even Catholic views depending on who you ask. It is not 100% Christian or Catholic, but it cannot be denied that clearly elements and themes from those religious dogmas have had significant effects and influences on the Halo games. I mean, the obvious thing is the name of the literal Halo, you know, like an angel's halo. The enemy is called the Flood.
Angels don't wear halos. You know, at least originally, angels were not depicted with halos. It was humans. It was saints and Jesus. Anyway.
Like as in the Bible, the flood wipes out all life in a massive torrential storm, and the only thing that can save life is an ark. You know, like how in Halo they use a literal ark in their game to save against the enemy that is literally called the Flood? Again, it's so on the nose, it's kind of ridiculous. Some people have also pointed out that Master Chief's name even means religious overtones, like his real name is John 117. If you ask Google for information on this, Google's AI says this: Master Chief's name is believed to reference biblical verses like John 117. For the law was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ, with the John and the number 117 symbolizing grace and truth delivered through a human agent. He is portrayed as a reluctant savior, a light in the darkness who sacrifices himself for humanity, mirroring Jesus Christ's role. In some interpretations, John 117 can be seen as a precursor or a messenger for a larger salvation, similar to John the Baptist's role in relation to Jesus. I mean, the religious allegories don't even end there. In the beginning of Halo 2, for example, after Chief blows up the Halo installation in the previous game and disgraces the Covenant forces, what ends up happening to the guy in charge of those forces that failed? The Arbiter, whose name in Latin, by the way, literally translates to eyewitness or onlooker or person appointed to settle a dispute, is stripped of his armor in front of a roaring crowd of other aliens, is placed in a Christ-like nailing to the cross position, and is then branded by his own people as a sacrifice to, you know, be, I guess, made an example of his people's failings. Like I said, Halo is not very subtle about any of this, not to mention you have the other major enemy of the Halo games, under Bungie anyways, which in all honesty, by the way, the only Halo games that really exist in my opinion are what Bungie has made, not 343, but that's a topic for another time anyways. But the other major enemy are what Bungie has made, which in all honesty, by the way, the only Halo games that really exist in my opinion are what Bungie has made, not 343, but that's a topic for another time anyways. But the other major enemy besides the Flood is of course the Covenant, another on-the-nose name where the Covenant is an amalgamation of various alien races all united under a single religious dogma that forces them all to believe in a false prophet like God. Need I remind you that Halo was created originally in 2001. While it unfortunately came out the same year that 9/11 happened, around this time the American zeitgeist was firmly placed against that of Islam and the Middle Eastern countries. That can't be disputed. After all, we know all about the war in Afghanistan that erupted following 9/11, and like most art, it's influenced by whatever happens around it. Halo, like I said, was born in a time of deep American patriotism and rejection of outside world influences. So it's no real wonder that Master Chief, a literal soldier who is beholden to the military-industrial complex with religious connotations to his name, is fighting actual biblically named foes on a literal floating angel Halo ring as a conglomerate of alien species that are not human try to invade and destroy humanity's way of life by imposing their religion and beliefs upon them. I mean, you have people like Jamie Gressimer, I hope I said his name right, but that's this guy on screen here. here, which if you're a Halo fan, you recognize Jamie 100%. This dude has been there since the beginning of the series. He was the gameplay design lead on the entire franchise. So if you love how Halo plays, feels, and is, yeah, it's cause of Jamie pretty much, alright? He was in a ton of Bungie's vidocs too, which if you're a Halo fan, you have definitely seen yourselves many times. I know I have. But anyway, Jamie recently spoke on the Halo Campaign Evolved remake for PlayStation. How he has issues with its gameplay changes, like adding sprint for example, or removing geometry in the map. That's not relevant here, but Jamie at one point on Twitter recently got into discussions on what Halo meant, especially back then when it was first created. Jamie would respond to people about what Halo means and why the modern era has been so bad at adapting it, but here's what Jamie said. And I promise that this will all come back to Angry Joe being an absolute moron, but it's important to understand everything before Joe is proven wrong, but Jamie said this on Twitter. It's not the early 2000s anymore. Halo is of its time, maybe even more than any other game franchise. So they are constantly trying to either take Halo out of 2001 and modernize it, which breaks it, or take players back to 2001 with nostalgia, which is impossible. A user would then retweet Jamie saying this is exactly my thought. Halo belongs to the post 9/11 new atheist world. The quintessential Halo players was a Ron Paul 08 guy. Jamie would then reply to this person with this. Yeah, I wonder why inscrutable aliens blowing up Marines because it's the way to paradise according to their religious extremism resonated so strongly back then. Uh-oh, Jamie, you better watch what you're saying there because Angry Joe is not gonna like that at all. Are you insinuating that Halo is, as you said, a product of its time in 2001 when 9/11 happened? It was a space version of American patriotism, told through the viewpoint of a literal Marine who's now in space fighting against religious zealots from outside his nation who are trying to subjugate and destroy his way of life by imposing theirs onto them? Because if you are Jamie, Angry Joe, for example, is going to be really angry about that, because Joe is also mad that the White House, which is currently ran by conservatives who are historically pro-military, pro-nationalism, actually patriotic about their country, anti-open borders, and against illegal immigration, and more on that, by the way, because, ooh, that's going to be bad for Joe too, but the exact opposite of, say, the leftist mindset, if you will, would perhaps find it appropriate to use Halo memes to promote their way of thinking, which again, I'm not defending ICE, but what I am defending is that you can't remove Halo as a concept down to its DNA from its roots as a conservative-minded product, no matter what Joe says. It doesn't mean that Halo wasn't also made by people who weren't, liberal, for example, no, but Halo was in fact made instead in a very much different way than, say, what happens these days usually in Western game studios. Before, games were made by all sorts of people. Didn't really matter what you thought or believed, it just came down to your raw talent. It's why it was a golden age of games. So many great games were made, and franchises got made in those years in particular. A lot of Western games now, though, are made by hive minds, primarily of the leftist archetype, let's be real. There's no point in denying it, really, because how often do we see that coded language and characters, and especially developers cheering for the passing of people like Charlie Kirk recently from so many studios already? We never really saw that before, did we? Yeah, it's because a lot of game studios in the West just hire people these days who all think the same. Gee, I wonder why so many games aren't as good as they were before, I guess. I mean, Halo especially has been co-opted by people who, frankly, would not even be considered to be working at OG Bungie if they tried to. For example, infamously, a dev at 343 Industries. Sorry, I mean Halo Studios because they rebranded because 343 has been disastrous, but anyways. Back in April 2023 claimed that he was uncomfortable working on Halo. You know, this series the entire studio he's employed at works on because it has guns in it, and no, I'm not kidding. And before I even show you what this guy says, I want you to take a guess and imagine what flags he has in his bio to show his political opinions. Just take a guess. I guarantee you, you'll probably be right 1 out of 3. But anyway,
I'm not going to play that game.
This Nick guy said, as you can see here, and look at those flags, I honestly don't think I could work on a game that glorifies or fantasizes modernized guns. COD, Battlefield, Rainbow Six. I've had moments I've struggled with Halo, but the weapons and world is pretty science fiction, which creates a large enough separation from reality. He then said, after people called him an idiot, locking down my account for the rest of the weekend. God forbid someone has complex thoughts and feelings about working on a game with guns after multiple mass shootings. Buddy, you work on Halo. You're working on a game where a space marine guy fights literal aliens that use religious zealot-like beliefs to justify destroying humanity. You can't claim that Halo is not against your beliefs or something. It came when it was called Halo. This is the new Halo devs, by the way. Why are people who are afraid of guns and holding their stomachs in pain because Master Chief shoots aliens in the face with shotguns working on these games in the first place? No wonder Halo has been in such a terrible place since Bungie left. I mean, Halo 4 wasn't good. Halo 5 Guardians was rejected so poorly by the fans that 343 pretty much just abandoned the Guardians plotline entirely like it never happened, and Infinite did not in fact go on infinitely. Instead, it 2 didn't even meet Microsoft's expectations, and 343 was so disastrous they had mass layoffs, which led to almost half of their studio being let go. They then rebranded because the 343 name had too much negative public sentiment attached to it, and now we have Halo Studios, who unfortunately is now making the new Halo 1 remake on Unreal Engine 5 of all things. God help us all. Hilarious though, I had Angry Joe sympathizers attacking me, claiming that I was wrong because Halo is actually Catholic and not Christian. I wish I was kidding, but let's walk slowly here for a second, okay? What is Catholicism a part of? Say it with me, folks. Christianity. Uh-oh, well that doesn't work for the narrative, does it? Like I said, okay, Angry Joe is mad that conservatives are using Halo as a meme, and the guy just does not understand Halo. Sure, Halo, like I said, was made by a various group of people with various beliefs, but to deny it has any connections to the very things Joe seems to be rallying against is just tone deaf at best. Plus, let's be real, it's not illegal for anyone to use a meme, not even a government. It's this thing called free use. You know, that law that protects everyone's content to be used on the internet? Like how Angry Joe makes his content, or I do as well. Joe, it doesn't matter what the government uses. It doesn't mean that the meme used needs to be taken literally as for them. It's a meme. It's a joke. You can have your opinions on ICE protests and whether ICE is good or bad for America, I guess. That is your free right to do so. I personally believe that immigration is fine if it's done in a legal sense, but if you're illegally entering a country, you are by definition breaking a major law of American society. You can clutch your pearls and cry all you want that these people wanted a better life. No one is saying they're not allowed to have that better life. All they are saying is that you need to go through the proper channels to then become an official citizen. Otherwise, you're breaking the law. That is not pro-fascist to say, Joe. That is common sense. The problem is that people like yourself, who are crazy, don't seem to be able to differ the objective reality versus that of the subjective. You can't seem to emulate your own thoughts in a proper manner. Although, to your credit at least, you are literally called Angry Joe for a reason. You just scream like a madman. Like, I get it. That is your thing. But you need to realize, Joe, that like other content creators who've come after me, you're not exactly equipped either ideologically, politically, or mentally to be having these sorts of conversations like this in a reasonable sense. I don't hate Angry Joe. I frankly don't care about him one way or another. I haven't watched his videos in a long time. I've seen some of them in the past, sure, but that was like 10 plus years ago, well before I even did this sort of thing myself. Joe is sort of like when Fighting Cowboy tried to come after me and I embarrassed him publicly too for not knowing what he was talking about either. You guys are content creators that just talk games as in like their mechanics and the price of them and whatnot, and that's totally fine. But you are not equipped whatsoever to have opinions that anyone should take seriously when it comes to things like this. Hilariously as well, Joe even says in his first response to me, which I'll highlight here so nobody can swindle and say that I'm lying or something, that you said, Joe, in your own response to me that you too have conservative views. So why are you so hell-bent on playing the jester for these people who clearly would throw you to the wolves if you also stepped out of line here? You and I both know the very people who might defend you, like maybe Mighty Queef, will hate you if you admit that you're a conservative. These people don't like anyone who doesn't think like them, so why even entertain them at all is the point. Plus, you're a Hispanic man of all things who clearly admits that he now has conservative views publicly, so you know that deep down in your heart that there is a rot and poison in society that has to be fixed. Why would you align yourself with the side that is pro-Antifa? Like, they're like Joker goons pretty much. And communist people that think it's in any way a good thing. The only reason why I think you would say these things is simple. You want to keep good graces with companies and other content creators so they don't dogpile you. The very same creators who again will throw you away the moment that you step out of line. They literally did the same thing to Colin Moriarty at Kinda Funny years ago. They canceled that guy over a joke, and then the industry raked him over the coals, celebrating his defeat and departure from Kinda Funny. For example, Colin has Sacred Symbols, one of, if not the biggest PlayStation-centric podcast in the world. Sure, I mean, he does. Yet PlayStation as a company doesn't want to work with them anyways because he's a conservative apparently. When are you going to realize that these people, whether they're in the industry or whatever else, they don't like you if you step out of line even once? Maybe you're afraid of that, and that's why you're thinking by attacking me that you can prove to them that you're one of the good little soldiers, even though again you lost. I outrated you like multiple times. And like even your own commentators are clowning on you too in your own comments. Like, where was this energy for being so anti-politics and being pro-Halo apparently when 343 was pushing rainbow flags and propaganda slop all over Halo? Like, Joe, I can even prove it to you by using your own words and tangible data against you. Here's what you said in response to me after I outratioed you, but this is what you said. Dude, wait, are you actually effing stupid? I never said anything about Halo not being a religious game. I never even mentioned religion in my original tweet that triggered your snowflake ass. You brought up religion to somehow defend the government use of the meme. How? LOL. I just took issue with the government using Halo to engage in dumb culture wars to divide us. I take it back. You literally aren't better than this, calling me things and dumb off rip, all while you are over here arguing with yourself about Halo's religion. Maybe you should change your name to dumbass. Interesting, Joe. Well, here's how I responded again to that very same thing you just said, but here's what I said to you. What's wrong, Angry Joe? You don't like it when your favorite franchises are used for propaganda? And sorry, my bad. I almost double ratio you as this video being made, by the way. But no, Joe, you clearly are just not equipped for this sort of fight. The fact you've never called out or defended Halo against the tiring brigade of slop nonsense thrown its way that has rightfully so alienated its fan base and drove the very same franchise into the dirt both thematically and culturally over time.
I'm gonna be real with the Unity stuff and the like multicultural history month stuff. I'm pretty much in support of all of that. You know, like for one thing, I don't actually believe that being gay is a sin. And I could get into that later at another time, chat. But you know, the way that they made like Mental Health Awareness Month and Women's History Month and Juneteenth kind of stuff, it's just an opportunity for more coatings, more representation, having the colors you like on your Spartan and their armor. And some of those designs, like the Rosie the Riveter one and the Asian Pacific Islander coatings, those things were nice. They really were. I pretty much have had no problem with Halo's political usage. Well, they call it political, but in reality, it's like they're doing what they think is right, and I'm down.
That tells us everything. That you, people like Ackman or Mighty Shill, they don't really speak for the players. You guys are, let's be real, you guys are fence sitters. You just kind of say whatever is politically thought to be correct at the time, because again, you don't want to lose your access or your sponsorships, right, Mighty Shill with Ghost of Yote? We all know what you did there. But how do I know? Look at your own profile, Joe. You publicly say that you're powered by G Fuel Energy. That's interesting. The very same company that cut ties with me, by the way, because they said that my views were problematic, which is just another way of saying, sorry, your views are too conservative or whatever they want to say for us to be associated with them. How can you stand there and think that you're some sort of moral arbiter of justice when the companies you're aligned with have severed ties with people based on their political leanings? Which is true, by the way. Here's that post and the email that I made a while back when G Fuel decided to sever ties with me, by the way, because I wasn't representative of their brand, unlike Angry Joe here, for example. So why didn't you come to my defense then, Joe? I thought you had conservative views. Why didn't you ever come to the defense of Halo fans who said they don't think, caping their entire beloved franchise in virtue signaling nonsense was against the core identity of what Halo as a franchise meant in the first place? Why are you only ever upset when literally anything pushes against the status quo that you've spent years ignoring yourself to even push back against even a little bit out of fear of being ostracized? It's cause you're a fence sitter. You, like a lot of companies, actually seem to just stand for seemingly nothing at all. Your actual views and ideals are nothing but what's politically correct at any given time, pretty much. I guarantee you, if the Democrats won and they started deporting people en masse, you would be cheering it from the rooftops with your shirt twisted into a crop top with pom-poms. Because you literally stand for nothing but what is socially acceptable, and that's it. And to also prove my point further that you have actually, cheered for people that do exactly what Trump's doing right now, by the way, and that you are a hypocrite who just dances to the tune of whatever is socially acceptable at the time, we all know that Grok Grokpedia exists now. But if you don't, Grokpedia is Twitter's version of Wikipedia, but instead of being biased and falsely representing history and stories, to simply meet the narratives that are socially considered to be politically accurate, Grokpedia just tells you what happened in any given historical event, and that's warts and all. So no, it's not pro-conservative. It actually exposes both sides of the party and any actions that were given by both political parties. And also any given scenario, and just tells you what happened, because that's what places like Wikipedia, for example, were originally meant to be for, except they haven't really been, obviously, these days. Anyways, if you go ask Grok if Democrats ever deported illegal migrants, you get an interesting historically backed response that will definitely make someone like Angry Joe cower in fear and cover his eyes screaming. So what did Grok have to say with actual data to back it up? Well, it said this. Yes, Democratic US presidents have deported millions of undocumented immigrants, often referred to as illegals in the query, frequently at higher rates than their Republican counterparts. Uh-oh, Joe. This enforcement has been a bipartisan norm for decades, driven by laws like the 1996 Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, signed by President Bill Clinton, which expanded deportation tools. Below, I, Grok, break it down by key Democratic administrations, focusing on formal removals, court-ordered deportations, and returns, quick expulsions at the border, which also count as deportations in total enforcement stats. These figures come from U.S. Department of Homeland Security data and analysis by nonpartisan groups like the Migration Policy Institute. Uh-oh, Joe, I'm about to own you even further. You're ready for the actual truth that the people you're cheerleading for are actually deporting illegal immigrants even more than your big bad Donald Trump? Alrighty, let's keep it going. As seen here, Grok uses actual data from the American records that Bill Clinton, a Democrat, not a Republican, Joe, deported roughly 12 million plus illegal migrants during his presidency. In fact, as Grok says there on the right, Bill Clinton currently has the record for the highest amount of deportations by a U.S. president, with a resounding 93% of illegal Mexicans being deported under Democrat rule, Joe. 93%, you idiotic goatee-wearing Superboy shirt-having moron. Why aren't you mad at the Democrats for deporting your own people at a 93% rate? Where was your outrage for
93% of the deportations were returns.
this? Oh, right, you, like the Democrats, because G Fuel is aligned with them clearly. That's why you're still signed, by the way. I get it, Joe. It's okay. But let's keep going. Let's keep proving how wrong and stupid you really are, shall we? Barack Obama, the one everyone seems to love, has also deported a staggering 5 million people during his presidency alone. He was so efficient, by the way, at deporting illegals, as seen there on the right, that the news actually called him the Deporter-in-Chief. Wow, that's a pretty scathing name if someone called that like that today. So again, why aren't you mad at the Obama administration, Joe? Is it because it's not socially acceptable to push back against him because the people you're aligned with politically love Obama so much that they called him Deporter-in-Chief? You spiked-haired weirdo. But I'm sure that's not enough for you, so okay. Here's Joe Biden, who removed 4.4 million illegals in just one.
Okay, I'm done with this video. I'm done. I'm getting tired of this attitude. Can an anime girl smoke the illustrated cigarette on a sign? That's a question. Oh dear. What is xenofiction?
What would it be like to see the world through the eyes of an animal? An alien? An object? Xenofiction is a genre of story which does exactly that. These are stories told from the perspective of something other than human. A creature used to an ever-shifting landscape of gossamer silk looks out onto a giant landscape of artificial right angles. A spider observing a human house. A man struggles to comprehend the existence of a direction he cannot perceive. A square trying to grasp the third dimension. Xenofiction can show you an unseen side of the world you've always lived in, the side seen by animals, or Even something more exotic? By taking aspects of your existence so familiar that you barely even notice them and making them strange and alien, xenofiction can give you a brand new appreciation for the world you take for granted. So, don't worry, it's not weird if you've ever wondered, what would it be like to see the world through the eyes of an animal?
No! Break me down! Break me down! Break me down!
It's the question on everyone's minds when we start comparing science fiction and fantasy. What would happen in a world where magic and modernization finally clash, when technology and the spells and fantasy that we all hold dear come to blows? Today on Desks and Dorks, we're talking magic versus modernization. But a couple things before we get started. If you would like to support any of the work that we do here, you can of course back us over on Patreon. $10 a month gets you your own unique role-playing game that you can't get anywhere else, and once you get it for the month, it's gone for good. You can pick up any of the physical games that we have made over at Tabletop Bookshelf or from our partners over at Indie Press Revolution. And last but certainly not least, if you love what we do and you want a digital copy, why not pick it up from itch.io? But now let's talk about some ground rules. We're going to posit how magic and technology might intersect and how that might change things in a fantasy world. I was trained as a medievalist, for those not in the know, and I love using how history talks about things and how
Running Rizzler. Mogging Spree. Okay. Capture the Gyat. Gyat taken. Gyat dropped. Libby Mancharo. Running Rizzler.
Yeah, okay. Garfield. I'm gonna fall asleep to Tail Foundry. I'm just going to watch more and more and more Tail Foundry. Thanks for coming, chat.
Good night.
Well, they...
Screaming congregation of silence. Why must my world tell me more? Why do I need anymore? Screaming congregation of silence. Why must my world tell me more? Why do I need anymore? Screaming congregation of silence. My body is wishing to be free. Geshem of